650 million ay ubos na.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the entire fund allocated for the tabang is already disbursed or obligated and disbursed, Mr. Speaker.
Maraming salamat, Mr. Proponent. Ang ikatlong katanungan ko po ay tungkol sa kapyanan, no? Kapayapaan sa pamayanan. Ang nakalagay na output indicator dito noong 2020 ay magko-construct ng 5,000 bahay. Ngayon, ang tanong ko, Mr. Proponent, dito sa 5,000 na nakalagay rito, at ito po ay napondohan natin ng 2 billion, 2,815 million pesos, 2,815,152,950. Ang MOE nito ay 1 billion, ang capital outlay nito ay 1.8 billion. Ano po ba ang status nito? Nitong housing na to? At follow-up ko na tanong, dito sa 5,000 bahay na ito, saang probinsya po ito nakalagay?
Mr. Speaker, I was informed that the status of the Kapianan is already on its bidding process. So there is already an identified area in that bidding process to which it will be constructed, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
yes, Mr. Speaker. I was informed that there is already a post-evaluation on the process, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the proponent to furnish my office ASAP kung saan po nakalagay yung mga bahay na yan?
Willingly, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Who will furnish you, MP Rasul?
Yes.
The MFBM?
The MFBM through the office, or rather the office of the Chief Minister through the MFBM may furnish the good gentleman from Cotabato City, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, yan po ay yung sinasabi ko kanina ay nasa 2020 budget natin. Ngayong 2021, tayo po sa committee level ay nag-approve ng another 4 billion 987 million 112,980 centavos. At nakalagay po sa output indicator niya na tayo po or ang OCN ay gagawa ng 6,500 bahay. Ngayon, ang tanong, saan po ilalagay natin yung 6,500 bahay na yan? At nakalagay dito sa output indicator, number of livelihood trainings conducted, 100%. Number of cooperatives and livelihood projects, 100%. In short, sana sa mga ganito at may kalakihang pera, i-specific natin sino yung ating mga beneficiary, no? Saan natin ibibigay, kaninong LGU, kaninong probinsya, no? Mr. Proponent.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, there is an identified number of beneficiaries in each of the LGU or area in the BARM. 1,000 shall be equally distributed to the 5 provinces, 500 for Cotabato City, and 1,000 for the 63 barangays in North Cotabato. In the implementation of this program, Mr. Speaker, the Chief Minister, after rationalizing the housing plan, has to submit its program implementation plan and guidelines for this, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, ito po ay ang aking request, no? In fairness to our Chief Minister, no? Itong ganitong natin dito, dapat naka-indicate na natin dito sa sunod. Saang probinsya, para kanino, anong LGU, yung mga bibigyan natin ng mga ganitong proyekto. Mr. Speaker, last two questions, no?
Please wind up.
Okay. Dito naman sa Quick Reaction Fund. Itong 2020, tayo po ay naglagay ng 1 bilyon, 600 milyong piso para sa Quick Reaction Fund, no? Ang MOE nito ay 1 bilyon at ang capital outlay nito ay 600 milyon. Nakalagay sa special provision niya na ang agriculture ay merong 400 million, ang social services ay may 400 million, ang health ay may 200 million, at ang buildings ay may 600 million. Ngayon, Mr. Proponent, pwede po bang paki-explain ano po ang nakalagyan ng perang ito? Yung sa agriculture na 400 million, social services, yung health at yung buildings. Itong 2021, Mr. Proponent, tayo po ay naglagay rin uli ng 1 billion and 25 million sa QRF na ito, no? Pero dito, medyo niliitan dahil yung sa agriculture, from 600 million, naging 275 million na lang. From 400 million sa social services ay naging 275 na lang. Yung sa health, naging 275 rin. At yung infra at equipment, naging 200 million. Paki-explain lang po.
Yes, Mr. Chair. How did we come up with the figure, Mr. Speaker? The organic law says that there's a certain guidelines required for the LGUs in accordance with the DBM in the programming of the DRRM, the Disaster and Risk Management, Mr. Speaker. So under that DBM and DILG guideline, it says that 5% of your total source of revenue shall be allocated to the DRRM, of which 30% shall be attributed to the quick response fund, Mr. Speaker.
Ikat kita, Mr. Proponent. Ang ibig sabihin ba nito, since ito ay DRRM project, ito po ay nakalodge or sa Ministry of Interior and Local Government?
Not necessarily, Mr. Speaker. The QRF are, I think, lodged with the Office of the Chief Minister,
So
Mr.
parang
Speaker.
ang ginawa natin dito, itinago natin siya dito sa account ng ating Office of the Chief Minister?
It's a the QRF, Mr. Speaker, is a standby fund. So kaya ho siya nilodge sa special example ho, yung QRF on the social services, we did not directly lodge this ho doon sa MSS because marami hong social services program na hindi lang si MSS ang mag-i-implement. The same ho doon sa QRF on health, Mr. Speaker. So the QRF actually, Mr. Speaker, is a standby fund that will be utilized for the for any event ho, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker,
That's your third question.
yes. And this may be the last. Mr. Proponent, dito sa ating 2021 budget, naglagay po tayo dito ng isang magandang programa na support to moral governance. Ako po at kami sa minority, full support po kami sa moral governance na yan na isinusulong ng ating Chief Minister. Ngunit, ang katanungan ko lang po ay dito sa support to moral governance na proyekto na nagkakahalaga ng 1,415,675, ang output indicator niya ay number of housing units for reform combatants, 250. Number of public infrastructure facilities to be constructed, 130. Number 3, number of small infrastructure facility to be constructed, 161. Ngayon, ang tanong, ito pong 2021 budget natin, ang dami-dami pong housing projects tayo na napunduhan. Hindi po ba na karapat-dapat na itong mga housing projects na ito ay either ilodge sa Ministry of Public Works or sa Ministry of Housing, Human Settlement?
Mr. Speaker, I understand that the housing project for MSS is actually part of its mandate, especially the provision of the shelter assistance. For the OCM, it is a special project under the OCM. However, as said, Mr. Speaker, in the implementation of this program, there will be rationalization of all the housing programs within the Bangsamoro government, Mr. Speaker, to which the MHSD, MSS, MPW, and the OCM will sit together in that rationalization, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, I think this is the only time that we are addressing this problem sa housing. For 40 years, nasunog ang mga bahay ng Bangsamoro, and we are now having the opportunity to address these issues.
Mr. Speaker, tayo
I
po...
thought you had your last question, MP Rasul.
Okay. Follow up po doon sa support to moral governance na nakalagay sa output indicator. Ano po ba ang kaibahan ng public infrastructure facilities to be constructed at small infrastructure facility to be constructed? Ano to?
Mr. Speaker, the small infra relates to the solar dryer and warehouse targeting 48 units, the barangay waiting shed targeting 73 units, and the covered court targeting 40 units. Building in other structures refers to the municipal halls targeting 16 units, barangay halls targeting 100 units, and market or solid waste management facilities, ice plant, and similar income generating project, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, kami po ay unang-una taga-suporta ng campaign ng ating Chief Minister sa moral governance. Ngunit ako po kahit anong gusto kong pagtanggap ng ano na to ay hindi sa tingin ko okay yung ano no moral governance project, pero hindi naman po dapat na housing units, public infra, ang kailangan siguro natin ay yung una-una yung education natin, no? Seminars, forums, mga ganon siguro yung magandang activity para sa moral governance. Hindi yung projects. Kasi, for example, solar dryer. Mr. Speaker, projects po yan ng Department of Agriculture or sa national or MAPAR sa atin. So, Mr. Speaker, maraming salamat po sa pagbigay nyo ng time sa ating magiting na Deputy Minister. Salamat sa iyong pagsagot. And yung kaninang hinihingi kong data, can you furnish my office sa lalong madaling panahon? Yan lang po, magandang hapon po sa ating lahat.
Mr. Speaker, may I request the Secretariat to delete from the records of this proceedings of this session the statement used by MP Rasul Ismail, the word itinago sa Office of the Chief Minister. With respect to the quick response fund, Mr. Speaker.
The secretariat is directed to delete, to struck from the records the phrase tinago sa office ni Chief Minister. MP Rasul Mitmog, you are recognized.
Mr. Speaker, can I ask the proponent some questions?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, sa fundamentals lang po muna. Gusto ko po malaman, Mr. Speaker, kung dito ba sa budget natin. Kasi ang alam ko na process is meron tayong BEDC were we able to convene the BEDSI for the purposes of this budget? At saka yung inputs natin in relation to the budget.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. The BEDC, immediately after its creation, was actually convened, Mr. Speaker.
Then Mr. Speaker, yung input po ng BEDSI natin dito sa budget kasi ang pinaka-importante po sa akin dito is ano yung focus, ibig sabihin ano yung targets kasi yung regional development plan po natin o yung Bangsamoro development plan, 3-year plan po 'yan. So for next year, ano yung focus po ng budget po natin based dun sa inputs ng BEDSI?
Mr. Speaker, in the allocation of the funds, we have taken into consideration the BUL provision saying that there will be prioritization on health, education, and social services, Mr. Chair. In the in the formulation of the expenditure program, Mr. Chair, the MFBM issued the budget call guidelines saying that the budget proposal must be in accordance with the Bangsamoro Regional Development Plan, Mr. Speaker, which we also approved in this August body, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, next po doon, meron po tayong tinatawag sa other jurisdictions, pati sa national, yung tinatawag nating RBCC, DBCC minsan. Dito ba sa jurisdiction natin, may mechanism po ba tayong ganun to check on the budget, yung sa mga proposals po ng mga ministries natin? Or anong mechanism po yung ginamit natin?
Mr. Speaker, there is no counterpart yet of the DBCC. However, there was the NFPM already drafted the counterpart, which will be called BBCC, the Bangsamoro Budget Coordinating Committee. So what happened, Mr. Speaker, was that the supposed function done by the DBCC was actually performed at the cabinet level, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Then, Mr. Speaker, most of my question na-raise po ni MP Amir kanina in relation sa housing, pati sa MPW, pati sa Ministry of Human Settlements. Pero at na-raise din po ni MP Capras. Ang tanong ko lang po, Mr. Speaker, dito is, lagi pong lumalabas yung term na rationalization. Gusto ko po malaman, is it a system? Is it a database or there will be an office who will issue guidelines? Yung rationalization po ba is a system or a process or a mechanism or a council? Para lang po klaro, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the rationalization is a process in the determination of the housing projects, Mr. Speaker. So offices like OCM, MHSD, MSS, MPW, and I think PPDA will be sitting together to come up with the rationalization of the housing projects, Mr. Speaker. So it's more of a coordination among those offices, Mr. Speaker.
Then, Mr. Speaker, in that coordination, will the Ministry of Housing, Human Settlements, be the one who will be the repository of data? Ibig sabihin, pagka ganito number of houses, saan yung houses, sa kanila po nakalodge. Kasi yun po yung importante sa atin. Kasi it will be the development of a housing program eventually.
I would assume, Mr. Speaker.
Then, Mr. Speaker, in relation naman po to sa Marawi, pagkaintindi ko po yung fund po natin last year is extended. So this year po, how much po yung fund natin for Marawi at saan departments po ito nakalodge? Ministries po, sorry. Saan ministries nakalodge yung funds natin for Marawi for this year?
Mr. Speaker, the Marawi rehabilitation being one of the priority programs of the Chief Minister is lodged under the Office of the Chief Minister. For 2021 expenditure program, there is an amount allocated to it amounting to more than 500 million, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, it's a fresh 500 million for 2021 plus yung last year na 500 yung unexpended pa ng 500 million. Para clear lang po.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Then lastly, Mr. Speaker, we have recently extended yung 2021 funds natin. Then this year we will also be 2020 funds. then this year we will be implementing our 2021 fund. So naisip ko po, Mr. Speaker, yung 2020 fund po natin is almost 1/3 ng budget natin. So as to implementation and ways of moving forward, who will be issuing yung guidelines kung how it will be implemented throughout the year? Kasi mabigat po yung patong-patong na project. Kasi kung mapansin mo, meron ka ng 2020, which is supposed to be yun lang yung program natin this year. Meron kayong 2021, mag-hire pa tayo ng tao. So, kumbaga, Big Mac po siya, Mr. Speaker. Malaki po na kakainin yun.
You want
So,
the
yes, Mr.
the
Speaker.
deputy to answer?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we have raised this before the technical budget hearings of the different ministries and offices after observing the utilization rate. And we were answered that they have catch-up plan in the implementation of the project, Mr. Speaker.
The BPDA.
The particular ministry or office, Mr. Speaker.
Then lastly, Mr. Speaker, with the catch-up plan, will there be a process of reporting back to the Parliament from time to time? And which department or which ministry is tasked with that
We
task,
have
Mr. Speaker?
oversight.
We have oversight.
We have oversight.
But it's not in the recently passed bill, Mr. Speaker.
We still have oversight.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yun lang po, Mr. Speaker. Salamat po.
And the lady from Maguindanao is recognized. After this, I will entertain two more interpellators, MP Abdul Mukmin Mujahid and MP Bay Maliha Candao.
Speaker.
Pagkatapos nila, wala nang mag-i-interpellate. Thank you.
Maraming salamat. Ang aking pagtatanong ay
I mean, I stand corrected. Si Minority Floor Leader pa pala before MP Mujahid. You may now proceed, ma'am.
thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The nature of my clarification, Mr. Speaker, is more of the general provision, which was not discussed in the committee level, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, but before going to the general provision of the Bangsamoro expenditure program, Mr. Speaker, based on the discussion yesterday during the executive session, it was mentioned and it was presented to us that there are three sources of funds that constitute the 75.6 billion expenditure for 2021, Mr. Speaker. My question, Mr. Speaker, my first question is, since in the BOL, there's a provision there that talks about the Special Development Fund, Mr. Speaker. Is the Development Fund needs another legislation, Mr. Speaker, because we did not include it in the BEP for 2021, Mr. Speaker. And we're talking here, Mr. Speaker, of 5 billion pesos, Mr. Speaker, aside from the the last year's supposedly special development fund of the Bangsamoro government, Mr. Speaker. Actually, it's also a question, what happened to this year's special development fund, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, the SDF having been already provided the National Expenditure Program, which will also be an appropriation, I submit, Mr. Speaker, that that no longer requires appropriation from this body, Mr. Speaker, because in the special provision relating to the SDF, there's a need to program the 5 billion, which will be based on the content of the BRDP, among others, Mr. Speaker.
So, am I right in saying that the 5 billion for 2021 coming from the Special Development Fund need not pass through the Parliament because it's already provided in the National Appropriations Act, Mr. Speaker?
That is my personal view, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, we should be definite about this, Mr. Speaker, because we are appropriating the funds of the Bangsamoro government, Mr. Speaker.
May I interrupt? Is the SDF part of the BEP?
For this BF,
That's actually my question, Mr. Speaker. If BF, if SDF is not part, what is the next step for the
Yes,
for the
I'm
SDF?
sorry. I'm sorry, but that should be answered in a different.
No, Mr.
Uh,
Speaker, because we're talking about the expenditure program for 2021, Mr. Speaker.
the point is, we are talking about the BEP right now.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, precisely because we're talking about the expenditure program for next year.
1 minute suspension. Session resume. So we agree that the SDF is not part of the BEP. It's not an expenditure program. That's why it is termed as a special development fund. It's not an expenditure program. It's not part of the expenditure program of the Bangsamoro government. Although there could be the position of the proponent is that it is his personal view that it need not be appropriated. That is his personal view. The matter is debatable, but we need not discuss it here because this is not uh, uh, part of the BEP. So can you please proceed to other questions other than the SDF?
Let it be in the record, Mr. Speaker, that I asked this question in behalf of the Bangsamoro government because that's a plan that needs to be enacted, legislated, appropriated by the Bangsamoro Parliament.
That is also your position. We will discuss that in the proper forum.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll proceed to my other inquiry, Mr. Speaker. And my next inquiry is about the share of the LGUs, Mr. Speaker, in the taxes collected, Mr. Speaker. My question, Mr. Speaker, is have we provided a special provision or general provision that talks about the allocation of the local government units as far as their share in the taxes collected in the Bangsamoro government?
Mr. Speaker, there is no specific provision under the for this matter. However, there is a catch-all provision to which the share of the LGU may be may be allocated or provided for, Mr. Speaker, under the contingent fund, saying substantially that for items to which we are accountable or the Bangsamoro government shall be paying, Mr. Speaker. Yes, Mr. Speaker. So, however, in the computation of our fiscal space, Mr. Speaker, we have taken into consideration the 50% share of the LGUs for the income taxes collected within the bar, Mr. Speaker. I would be honored if the lady from Cotabato City in Maguindanao will propose amendment specifically saying for this for that matter, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And let's find out how do we put into a special provision that particular allocation for the local government units, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
What
My-
is the
Mr.
answer
Speaker,
being
yeah, Mr.
responded
Speaker,
there?
I stand corrected. There is provision po pala under the special provision to take from the contingent fund the share of the local government units in the income tax collected within the BARM. So there is a specific special provision for that matter, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that clarification. Just want to ask the Deputy Minister and the Vice Chair of the Committee on Finance, because based on our interpellation at the committee level, I requested for, and at the subcommittee level, I actually requested at least 2 ministries and 1 office of their performance indicators, because based on the Bangsamoro expenditure program, take for example, MBHTE. If you try to look at the BEP, there is no, you cannot find anywhere the outcome indicators, but we are allocating actually 23.521 billion for the MBHTE with no clear outcome indicators, Mr. Speaker. My question is, have they complied with the requirements that I've asked during the period of, during the budget hearing of the MBHT?
The proponent is required to answer the question.
Mr. Chair, I understand that for its increase, especially on the AMI or the scholarship program, MBHCA has modified its performance indicators, Mr. Speaker, for that particular matter, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, but try to look at all the pages under the MBHT. There is no indicators there that talks about the outcome indicators. They're all blank, Mr. Speaker. And during the budget hearing, I requested for filling up of those blank indicators, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. For the MBHTE, what is reflected are only those output indicators. There was no submission for the outcome indicator, which we cannot actually change as reflected in the BEP, because we have to formally get the submission from the MBHTE. So you've noticed in the revised BEP that there is no indicator for the outcome indicator, Mr. Speaker.
So
Yeah,
what is the remedy to that?
Mr. Speaker, actually, as far as I'm concerned, it's a big problem, Mr. Speaker, because that is the biggest budget that we are allocating. 1/3 of the budget of the Bangsamoro government with no clear outcomes in the next next year.
The respondent.
I would assume, Mr. Speaker, that there will be a requirement from the MBHT to comply with what is lacking in the indicators, Mr. Speaker. So we may require the MBHTE to submit the performance indicators and the effect of the increases as approved at the committee level, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that commitment, Mr. Speaker, because actually it's a very big concern on my part, Mr. Speaker, because we're talking here of the future of the children of the Bangsamoro, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. That's duly noted, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, can I proceed, Mr. Speaker, on the general provisions, Mr. Speaker? This one is for the information of many of the BTA members who are not familiar with government terminologies as far as in relation to budgeting, Mr. Speaker. Just for clarification, Mr. Speaker, because not all of us are exposed to government procedures, Mr. Speaker.
What is the question of the lady
Can I
from
proceed,
Maguindanao?
Mr. Speaker, on general provision, Mr. Speaker? Section 55, Mr. Speaker, of the general provision talks about rules on modification in the allotment, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is crucial, Mr. Speaker, because based on experience in the 2020 budget of the ministries and offices, Mr. Speaker, we observed that there were realignments from one item of expenditure to the other based on the deliberations that we have, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, what is the difference between modification and realignment, Mr. Speaker? And because, Mr. Speaker, under this provision, we are giving all the authorities as Bangsamoro Transition Authority. We are passing the authority already to the ministries for them to realign programs and projects within there are actually classification, but the point here, Mr. Speaker, is we are passing the authority as a BTA to the ministries and offices as far as realignment is concerned, Mr. Speaker. My question, Mr. Speaker, is what is the difference between modification and realignment, Mr. Speaker? Is this allowed under the government procedures, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the modification is allowed under the law, as it's also taken from the general provisions of the national o the GAA, the General Appropriations Act, Mr. Speaker. So ang kaibahan ho ng modification sa realignment is that in modification, you are magkakaroon lang ho ng change or modification within a specific activity or project ko. If there is a change ho from one program to another program, that is already realignment, which requires the consent or approval of this August body, Mr. Speaker.
In relation to that, Mr. Speaker, if if um, if your MOE will be used as PS, Mr. Speaker, will it fall under realignment or modification, Mr. Speaker?
If it falls under the same program, Mr. Speaker, then it may fall under modification. However, if that act will be taken from one program to a different program, then that is already realignment, Mr. Speaker.
But Mr. Speaker, if I may, Mr. Speaker, when you use MOE to personal services, Speaker, that is transfer of MOE to PS, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, it's a realignment, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. However, that actually cannot be technically done because for the PS, this specifically relates in some instances to the salaries and wages, which basically relies on the appointment, Mr. Speaker. While we allow that, Mr. Speaker, then there is a little possibility of having that done, Mr. Speaker.
So this is not being practiced, Mr. Speaker. That's my question.
I would assume in that particular instance, Mr. Speaker, not, Mr. Speaker.
So in this case, Mr. Speaker, there was no realignment at all that happened in the 2020 budget of the Bangsamoro government.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, only modification may have happened, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that information, Mr. Speaker. I'll proceed to Section 57, limitations of cash advance and reportorial requirements, Mr. Speaker. This particular section, Mr. Speaker, caught my attention because there's a mention here of Commission of Audit, Mr. Speaker. It says here, Mr. Speaker, that for this purpose, the Minister of Head of Office and the COA Auditor shall be jointly responsible for the preparation and submission to the Committee on Finance, Budget and Management of the BTA, either in printed form and so on and so forth, Mr. Speaker. My question, Mr. Speaker, is why are we holding the Commission on Audit accountability to the cash advances done by the ministry or the offices, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, the liquidation of the cash advance requires the verification of the Commission on Audit. So once not verified by the Commission on Audit, then it cannot be taken from the accounting book, Mr. Speaker. That's why we have put this provision so that there will be verification on the part of the Commission Audit before one may be cleared from the cash advances, Mr. Speaker.
The wording that was used here, Mr. Speaker, is shall be jointly responsible for the preparation. It doesn't talk about the what's the there was a word used by the Deputy Minister, Mr. Speaker. It talks about the responsibility, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Again, for the cash advances, the accounting record will not relieve of an official who was cash advances unless verified by the commission or resident auditor from the Commission on Audit, Mr. Speaker. This
So-
provision is also taken from the national Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that information, Mr. Speaker. That means to say just a verification coming from the COA, but actually in reality, they're not accountable to it because the way it's stated, it's their accountability, Mr. Speaker. And we have no right to make the COA to be accountable in any acts of the ministries and offices, Mr. Speaker. My next clarification, Mr. Speaker, is about the vehicles, Mr. Speaker, because it was substantially discussed during the budget hearings that many of the ministries and offices will be procuring vehicles, Mr. Speaker. My first question, Mr. Speaker, is for next year. How many vehicles do we intend to buy for the Bangsamoro government use, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance and Budget and Management has already submitted the list through the Secretariat. I'm trying to recall the number of the vehicles that we have allocated under the expenditure program. So I'm adding, Mr. Speaker, the vehicles that are allocated with funds for 2021. But for the record, Mr. Speaker, MFBM has already submitted the list to the Secretariat, Mr. Speaker.
Can we have a ballpark figure? 20, 30, 40, 50, 100?
Including the motorcycles, Mr. Speaker, more or less 50 motor vehicles, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you for that information, Mr. Speaker. We will be expecting 50 units of motor vehicles next year to be procured by the Bangsamoro government. Thank you for that information. My question, actually, Mr. Speaker, is based on Section 15 of the general provisions of the Bangsamoro expenditure program. It says here that purchase of motor vehicles is subject to the guidelines as set out by the Bangsamoro Budget Circular 22006 and Administrative Order number 14 dated December 10, 2018, and other applicables, Mr. Speaker. My question, Mr. Speaker, is who will authorize the procurement of the 50 vehicles that will be procured next year, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, the amount allocated to the motor vehicle is included in the for later release. Ibig sabihin, the fund will not be comprehensively released. Before it may be released, the ministry wanting to procure motor vehicle has to submit special budget request and also to secure the authority to purchase motor vehicle from the Office of the Chief Minister. However, it has to go through the process of technical assessment, including the specifications as authorized by that administrative order signed by the Office of the President. So it will be the Chief Minister who will issue the authority to purchase motor vehicle after recommendation by the MFBM, having passed the technical specification, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for the information, Mr. Speaker. My next question, Mr. Speaker, is on Section 51. Mr. Speaker, or I'll go to Section 50 before the Section 51. Section 50 talks about lump sum appropriations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, may I be clarified? If we have lump sum appropriations, because there is a provision, general provision that talks about lump sum appropriation, and what could be that lump sum appropriation in the 2021 budget, Mr. Speaker?
Lump sum appropriations, Mr. Speaker, refer to items which do not have breakdown. Example ho is the fund allocated to the Marawi Rehabilitation Program. Well, we have allocated 500 million, but at this stage, it cannot be still identify which part or which the breakdown of the 500 million, Mr. Speaker. However, in our guidelines under this special provisions, there is a need to break down the lump sum amount before it will be released to the ministry or office, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, are we following the national guidelines in relation to this, Mr. Speaker? Because based on the national guidelines, Mr. Speaker, we are following budget line item, Mr. Speaker, and lump sum appropriation, Mr. Speaker, is not allowed in any of the budget of the national government, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, the lump sum appropriations is also authorized under the GAA of the national. However, again, its release will only be made upon breaking down of the lump sum amount, Mr. Speaker.
So, meaning to say, Mr. Speaker, we are saying that we have a lump sum appropriation in our 2021 budget, Mr. Speaker?
For 2021, yes, Mr. Speaker, which applies in the case of Marawi Rehabilitation Program, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I think it has to be clarified, Mr. Speaker, because what I understand based on national budgeting, Mr. Speaker, is any lump sum for that matter, Mr. Speaker, is not allowed by law, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my next item is on Section 51, Mr. Speaker. Authority to use savings, Mr. Speaker. These are important, actually, general provision, Mr. Speaker, because most of us are talking about savings in the past few weeks that we are deliberating the budget of the ministries and offices, Mr. Speaker. And based on the provisions as stated in under Section 51, doesn't talk about the role of the Parliament, Mr. Speaker, in relation to this aspect, Mr. Speaker. My question, Mr. Speaker, is where is the Parliament in relation to the authority to use savings, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, before I respond to the questions, let me first discuss what is meant by savings. So savings under Section 52 refers to portions or balances of any released appropriations in this act which have not been obligated as a result of any of the following. First is the completion, final discontinuance, or abandonment of a program, activity, or project for which the appropriation is authorized. Implementation of measures resulting in improved systems and efficiencies and thus enable the ministry or office to meet and deliver required or planned targets, programs, and services approved in this act at a lesser cost. So the savings can actually only be defined after the implementation of a specific program, activity, or project. So since there was specific allocation and the entire appropriation for a particular project or activity or program is not fully utilized, then that unutilized amount may be considered savings, Mr. Speaker, at a particular ministry or office, Mr. Speaker. So this holds true to the Bangsamoro Transition Authority as a parliament. There may also be a classification of savings, Mr. Speaker.
But in the utilization of the savings, the Bangsamoro Parliament has no more hand in any of those savings, Mr. Speaker.
The determination, Mr. Speaker, of the savings is at the level of the head of a ministry or an office, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have last two questions, Mr. Speaker.
Please wind up,
Yes,
Madam Baintan.
Mr. Speaker, Section 4 talks about donations, Mr. Speaker. We are prone to many disasters, Mr. Speaker, that because of these disasters, Mr. Speaker, we have the tendency to receive donations coming from various development partners, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my question is, in the last almost 2 years, have we received donations and have we followed the general provision as indicated under Section 4 of this general provision, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, as one of the developments under the Intergovernmental Fiscal Policy Board, it is yet to issue guidelines relating to the donations coming from our development partners. So there's a development on this process, Mr. Speaker. But I would assume that at the level of the ministries and offices, then there may have been donations received by the particular ministry or office, Mr. Speaker.
Just a follow-up on this, Mr. Speaker, because there are so many development partners that are coming in, Mr. Speaker, that I don't think there is one that is controlling or looking at the overall programs and projects that are being provided by these development partners, Mr. Speaker. Is it part of the intergovernmental Intergovernmental Fiscal Policy Board, the discussions about the assistance coming from the development partners, like we have now the Subatra and other development projects, Mr. Speaker?
I think with respect to the Subatra, there is already a project management officer in the person of the BPDA, Director General. With respect to the Office of the Chief Minister, it is the Deputy Executive Secretary, Dong Kusain. With respect to the Cabinet, it is the Cabinet Secretary. And as far as the Parliament is concerned, yours truly is the focal person with respect to the Subatra.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. But actually, my concern, Mr. Speaker, is the managing of the entire assistance, Mr. Speaker, as far as development assistance is concerned, Mr. Speaker. So Batra is just one, Mr. Speaker. Is there a body that looks into all these development programs and projects that are being poured by the development partners, Mr. Speaker? Aside from our own resources, Mr. Speaker, this is a huge resources coming into the Bangsamoro government, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, as said, there is a drafted guidelines already for this matter, Mr. Speaker. But initially, in that guideline, which has not yet been approved at the Intergovernmental Fiscal Policy Body, it requires coordination of those development partners to the national government before they can directly come to the Bangsamoro government, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for that very good information, Mr. Speaker. My last question, Mr. Speaker, talks about Section 10, transparency of public funds. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, in the last paragraph of this particular section, Mr. Speaker, it says here that ministries and offices shall post on their respective official websites information relating to public funds deposited, maintained, and invested by them with banking and financial institution, Mr. Speaker. Are we doing this, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance, Budget and Management is requiring the ministries and offices to comply with this section, Mr. Speaker, as also required by the transparency seal, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, just a last follow-up because you are obliged to monitor, Mr. Speaker. Do you have an assessment of the ministries and offices that are complying, who are complying with the transparency seal, Mr. Speaker? Because the transparency seal contains all of the information that one ministry or office is doing, Mr. Speaker. Are you monitoring all of these transparency seals of the ministries and offices, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. In fact, for the implementation of this specific provision, Mr. Speaker, the MFBM has its systems assessment to the compliance with this section, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the Deputy Minister for the very informative information that he shared to us for the information of everyone, Mr. Speaker. That's actually my intention is to clarify the general provision because we will be passing this law, not just the budget, but the general provision, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr.
We acknowledge the
Thank you very much.
enlightenment that you have brought to this parliament with respect to the budget. The minority floor leader is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Will the proponent, the good Deputy Minister of the MFBM, be willing to answer some questions?
Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Actually, I only have clarificatory questions. Many of the questions have already been asked, and I'm doing this as part of my responsibility as a member of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I would like to point out that in the committee report of the Committee on Finance, Budget and Management on page 1, I believe there is a mistake in the computation as to how much is the increase. Just to do a disclosure, Mr. Speaker, I was part of the deliberations at the level of the Committee on Finance and the subcommittees. And in fact, I was many of those ministries that have increases, I was part of those MPs who proposed the increases in the budget of some ministries, for example, the MPW, the MOST, and other ministries. Now, in the committee report, Mr. Speaker, I would just like that the correct amount will be reflected. And let me go from page to page. I will point this out, but later in the amendments, I will be making the proper motion, Mr. Speaker. So on page 1 of the committee report, there is a table or a matrix, and reflected on the column pertaining to the increase is the amount 213,458,448.25. I have computed this, Mr. Speaker, and this is inaccurate. The correct amount should be 213,458,948.25. not 448.25. May I know from the proponent if he agrees with this observation, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, there was a clerical or typographical encoding of the numbers, Mr. Speaker. So I agree with the minority floor leader, Mr. Speaker.
It's an arithmetic problem.
An encoding problem, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is also on page 4 of the committee report, there is a matrix. And so the total increase, which is found on the third column, should also reflect the amount 213,458,948.25 as the total amount of increase, Mr. Speaker. And also on the fourth column, the decrease, total decrease then from the SPF under the OCM should also reflect the same amount, Mr. Speaker. I would like to...
That is right, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So because of that, Mr. Speaker, in the BEP itself, the amended BEP, the proposed decrease, because there is an increase in the budget of the respective ministries that are enumerated in the committee report, then there is a decrease in the special purpose funds, which should amount to 213,458,948.25. This amount is equivalent to the total increase in the appropriations of 11 ministries and offices that we have agreed on in the committee. However, in the revised BEP, you can see that, yes, we have cut down the appropriation for MPBF by 1.45 billion, but we also have added the amount of 1.26 billion to the contingent fund. If we add these two together, the SPF is decreased only by 185,505,548.26. And so this is again inaccurate. The committee report reflects that it is 213.458 million, but in the BEP, the changes in the SPF, which is a decrease, is only at 185.5 million. So there is a discrepancy of around 27.9 million. And so I would like to confirm from the proponent which of these amounts in the BEP should be reflected and which budget line item should be deducted. Is it in the MBFP or is it in the contingent fund, Mr. Speaker, under the special purpose funds?
Speaker, the approved increase at the committee level, since it related to the MOOE and capital outlay, are all to be taken against the contingent fund, Mr. Speaker. And in the revision of the BEP, we already reflected such amount directly to the expenditure program of the ministry and offices. Mr. Speaker, during our committee meeting, I moved a certain amount that be transferred from MPBF to the contingent fund, Mr. Speaker, to balance the fiscal space for the contingent fund if affected by the proposed increase at the committee level, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So considering that, shouldn't the total amount of 213,458,948.25 be reflected as the total decrease in the SPF? Or should we retain what is indicated right now in the revised BEP with respect to the SPF, Mr. Speaker?
Since we already included in the specific expenditure program of a particular ministry or office the increase, then such increase was taken from the contingent fund. So in effect, the fiscal space, the SPF, actually decreased, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just like to request the proponent to check to ensure if the amount is correct with respect to the decrease. And this can be done later, Mr. Speaker. My second question, Mr. Speaker, these questions were already asked earlier. This is my last manifestation, Mr. Speaker. With respect to housing, again, it's again about housing. I also deliberated and belabored the point about the housing projects at the Committee on Finance level. And so there are amendments to the BEP, which requires a rationalization plan, an implementation plan or action plan to be made by selected ministries that have relation or mandate in implementing infra projects like housing. I will be moving later, Mr. Speaker, if the proponent would agree, because what is indicated only in the special provision is that there is a rationalization plan and an implementation plan. But later, Mr. Speaker, if the proponent would agree, I would like to move that all of these implementation plans and rationalization plans, after they are done, shall go through the process of approval by the Chief Minister, and copy furnished, the approved rationalization implementation plan be provided, a copy of that be provided to every member of the parliament as part of the oversight role of the parliament, Mr. Speaker.
We'll be open for that, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Although later I'll be voting, but I approved of the budget for 2021, subject to the amendments that we'll be making later. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much to the proponent.
Majority Floor Leader, may I recognize MP Mujahid?
Yes.
For I think he will only ask one question. MP Mujahid, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pwede malaman po kung still ready pa rin ang Deputy Minister natin sa pagsagot sa mga some clarification. Very short clarification lang po. Mr. Speaker, ang gusto ko lang po i-clarify, Mr. Speaker, yung related po sa under the office of the ICM. Itong Bangsamoro Darul Ifta, nakita ko po sa budget nito ngayon sa 2021 in the amount of 18 million. Ang budget kasi nito before, umabot po siya ng 25 million. So ang tanong ko lang po kung bakit po siya medyo bumaba masyado from 25 million into 18 million. Ano pong dahilan bakit po siyang medyo ganito po ang na-appropriate natin po sa Bangsamoro Regional Darul Ifta?
Mr. Speaker, Darul Ifta, as well as those offices formally created by the admin code, which had previously counterpart in the ARMM, their funds as reflected in the expenditure program not include yet the personal services, Mr. Speaker. So the possible decrease may have been caused by the non-inclusion of the personal services, which will eventually be created through the issuance of the NOSCA, Mr. Speaker.
Okay po. Since that personal services is not included, but okay rin po to, and we are hoping that Darul Ifta can still an agency that can unify our ulama, and especially during the holy month of Ramadan, yung sa pag-declare po natin ng pag-umpisa at saka sa Eid al-Adha, Eid al-Fitr, sana po mabuo po natin ulit yung mga ulama po natin from the different provinces, not only in the Bangsamoro region but also include Palawan and the area of outside of yung Bicobar, ma-include din po natin kasi nakikita po natin yung last two Ramadans po medyo magkawatak-watak na naman tayong ulit. Nabuo na po natin yun. So we are hoping that this amount, yung budget po na allocate natin sa Darul Ifta, magamit po nila sa pag-unified uli ng mga ulama po natin. Ang second po ng ano ko lang po yung it's just a matter of concern. It's just a manifestation, Mr. Speaker, about the budget of in Basilan, particularly yung sa infrastructure po. Ang nakita ko po medyo mababa po, tulad din ng dati, mas halos mataas pa yung 63 barangay kaysa yung sa Basilan, composed of 255 barangay, of course minus Isabela City pala. So 210 barangays excluding Isabela City. Ganun pa man, nakita po natin medyo mababa po ang budget niya para sa infra. So we are hoping that sana po sa mga next natin po sa budgeting natin for 2022, mag-consult din po some of members of the parliament or even the LGUs po. Kasi I personally, marami po tayong nakita na talagang dapat matugunan to, dapat mabigyan po ito ng pansin, lalo na yung sa mga areas po na kung saan yan madalas ang nagkaroon ng digmaan, yung mga war-torn areas. Sana po mag-focus po natin doon yung mga infra po natin, yung farm to market road, yung mga portable waters, yung mga power po, electricity. So yan po ang mga gusto po natin nangyari po, kasi ang pangamba po natin dito, baka ang mga brothers po natin, lalo itong mga PIAF, kung hindi po sila paminsan-minsan madalaw natin o kaya matugunan po natin ng pansin ang kanilang pangangailangan, they are just human being tulad din po natin. May limitasyon din po ang ating yung pagsabar, yung patience. So we are just hoping that we can render more services to our brothers, those still in their camps. Ganon din po yung halimbawa yung sa health, may nakita rin po natin, although medyo tumaas-taas na po ang budget ng health sa Basilan, medyo umabot na po ng 12M, pero ganun pa man, if you compare to other provinces, yan na po ang pinakamababang budget sa buong region ng BARM, ang Basilan po. But we cannot deny that because of the
MP Bites, can you comment on the manifestation?
I understand, Mr. Speaker, that for the public works, there was assessment done at the district engineering offices, Mr. Speaker, for the inclusion of the infra project, Mr. Speaker, and that process I have to respect, Mr. Speaker. But you will notice, Mr. Speaker, that there was a substantial increase for the public works budget comparing it to 2020 Appropriations Act, Mr. Speaker.
So any other comment on that matter?
Mr. Speaker, last ano ko lang po, ang concern lang po. Yung tungkol po sa kasali po ba dito yung TDIF po natin pag-usapan? Mr. Speaker.
I think that has already been dealt with in the extended budget for 2020. Hindi na
so if that is the case, Mr. Speaker, okay, that's only my clarification, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I just want to supplement the response of the Deputy Minister of Finance that hindi maliit naman yung that's equitable in distribution ng public works spending. Actually, every municipality, all of the provinces may projects. Now, on the meron kaming criteria sa public works based on population, based on the area, and based on scarcity. Scarcity, meron mga munisipyo, probinsya na minsan the past administration hindi nakakuha ng maraming projects. So ito na yung chance maka-recoup sila. Then as to the 60 barangay, medyo malaki yung budget na compared sa the whole province of Basilan because of the scarcity. Maraming, we allotted 1 kilometer for every barangay. wala masyadong roads doon. Now, as to the identification of projects, we have convened the infrastructure convergence conference last September, last November of last year. Lahat ng project ay galing sa municipal engineer at saka planning. Galing lahat yan sa LGU. Sila ang nag-propose ng projects. We require them to propose 5 years project, pero in order of priority. So the LGUs are well consulted as to the identification of the projects. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, just comment lang po, Mr. Speaker. Ang kahilingan lang po natin, Mr. Speaker, dito, we are part of the Bangsamoro Transitional Authority, and we are always asked by our people, as a tank, an eye, and representative of our people. Ang minsan kasi ang mga pag-identify ng mga LGU po natin, minsan it's related more on, with due respect po, on political aspect na rin po, lalo na papalapit na po ang election. Minsan po ang pag-identify po, meron, na hindi naman, we are not generalizing. So, sino po ang nakita natin na medyo pwede po magkunan natin, magkukuha natin ng boto, yan po ang palagi na po concentrate natin. So napapabayaan po yung ibang lugar. So that's why, Mr. Speaker, I'm appealing to our ministries to please involve us, include us in your consultation in identifying projects and programs in our respective provinces. That's all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Recognize MP Malehak Kandaw.
Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, nagpapasalamat ako sa ating kapatid na si MP Bites Pakasam dahil sa kanyang mga matatalinong pagsagot at kanyang pasensya sa mga binitiwang katanungan dito sa ating plenary hall. Ako po ay isang advocate ng balanced judgment or balanced understanding ng lahat ng issues na itinatapon po sa Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao sa leadership po ng ating iginagalang na Honorable Ahod Balawag Ibrahim. Parte po iyan bilang isang membro ng parlamento na magsalita po tayo, magtanong po tayo dahil sa pagbabalangkas ng mga issues, nagkakaroon po tayo ng balanced understanding ng issues. Ang concern ko lang po dito ngayong gabi ay baka po may mga tanong tayo na naiwan sa plenary hall na hindi pa nasasagot. Maaring sa atin madali nating makuha yon dahil meron tayong connection at meron tayong pamamaraan para makuha ang mga data. Pero yung pong nanonood sa atin sa labas ng plenary hall ay maaaring na pag-iwanan ng mga katanungan na sila mismo ang sasagot para sa Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. So maaaring ito ay pagmumulan ng kontrobersya o maaaring maling judgment. So meron po akong motion sa iyo, Mr. Speaker, na kung maaari po na mabigyan din ng public disclosure yun mga katanungan o sagot sa mga katanungan na naitapon po dito sa plenary hall para po masagot natin yung mga agam-agam, mga pagkalito, mga confusion na maaaring nagmula dito sa mga tanong na tinatapon para na rin po ito bilang serbisyo sa moral governance ng ating mahal na ICM at sa buong member ng mga ng parlamentong ito. Sana po maintindihan nyo yung point ko dito because as an objective member of the BTA, we must not leave any gap of understanding. We are here to ensure that everything is connected to us as far as understanding how we perform, where we perform, why we perform. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Duly noted po, MP by Maleha Kandaw. The Secretariat is directed to make a public disclosure of all the questions and answers that have been dealt with during this deliberation on the BEP.
Yes.
Majority Floor Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of interpellation and debate, Mr. Speaker.
The period of interpellation is now terminated.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to open the period of debate, the period of amendment, Mr. Speaker.
We open the period of amendment. Those who have any proposed amendments, you may now approach the majority floor leader so that you will be placed in the lineup of those who will be making proposed amendments.
Mr. Speaker, may we first recognize MP Ana Basman as she
The lady from
manifested
Lanao
a
del
while ago
Sur
to propose amendments.
is recognized.
Yes.
The lady from Lanao del Sur is recognized. One minute suspension. Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, we first respectfully recognize MP.
Yeah,
Ana
the lady from Lanao may now proceed. Is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a proposed amendment, I propose the incorporation of the recently approved 2021 budget for the BTA Parliament to the amount of 3,707,969,000 to be taken from the net fiscal space.
What is the pleasure of the proponent of the BEP?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I accept I accept, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretariat is directed to reflect the proposed amendment on the draft, the proposed bill number 76.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and that this be taken from the remaining fiscal space from the MPBF for the PS requirements and from the contingent fund for the MO in capital outlay, Mr. Speaker.
Any other proposed amendment? MP Romy Saliga, you are recognized.
Mr. Speaker.
MP Romy Saliga, you are recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just an amendment to page 53. Page 53 on the outcomes for outcome indicators for the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples Affairs. I find it very important, and we have
please go directly to the proposed amendment.
Yes, with the concurrence of my Ministry of Indigenous Peoples Affairs, I want to propose additional outcome number 10 on the number of IP structure or indigenous political structure strengthened. So we have targeted this at 13 according to the Ministry of Indigenous Peoples Affairs. There are 13 IP groups here in the Bangsamoro.
For the indicators, Mr. Speaker, I accept.
Thank you very much, Deputy Minister of Finance. Actually, there should have been corresponding amount to Mr. Speaker, but I leave it to the wisdom of the Deputy of Finance to possibly allocate some cost later on this outcome. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Duly noted.
MP.
Are there any other proposed amendments?
Mr. Speaker.
Is that a proposed amendment?
Yes,
MP
Mr. Speaker.
You may proceed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I want to amend, Mr. Speaker, the budget allocated to Bangsamoro Darul Ifta from 18 million to 25 million, Mr. Speaker. Since that we just approved in the administrative code that all members of the council should be coming from the different provinces of the BARM. And aside from that, Mr. Speaker, as former executive director of the regional Darul Ifta of ARMM, the ARMM, Mr. Speaker, I had a lot of experience, Mr. Speaker, as to the shortness or lackingness of.
What is your proposed amendment?
My amendment, Mr. Speaker, from 18 million to 25 million, Mr. Speaker, that we allocated for the Bangsamoro Darul Ifta.
1 minute suspension. Session resumed. The proponent is what is the proponent's position on the proposed amendment?
Mr. Speaker, as said previously, for the PS, especially on the offices that were created by the advent of the administrative code, there is a special provision lodged use and benefit fund, which will fund for the PS requirements of all the offices created, Mr. Speaker. So the concern can actually be addressed by the special provision relating to the MPBF, Mr. Speaker. And that requires the issuance of the NOSCA, Mr. Speaker.
So there is actually no need for an increase in the budget as per the BEP.
Yes, because the PS requirements can be taken against the miscellaneous and personal benefit fund, not just for the Darul Ifta, but to all offices created
So
by
what
the
is your
admin code.
position as to the proposal? Do you accept or do you reject?
I do not accept the proposal, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. However, there is a specific allocation for the concern, Mr. Speaker, which can be taken against the miscellaneous personal benefit fund, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. MP Mujahid, are you clarified on the matter?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. If that is the case, Mr. Speaker, uh, what is important, Mr. Speaker, it is on the record that I propose the amendment. And my second amendment, Mr. Speaker, related sa public work on water system, page 14. I want to add, Mr. Speaker, another water system look in the amount of 5 million, Mr. Speaker, located at Albarca Municipality, development of Bohe Tularing. This Bohe Tularing can cater, Mr. Speaker, 5 barangays. So with that, Mr. Speaker, this area, the barangays along the coastal areas of Albarca Municipality, Mr. Speaker, is really in need in a water in the different barangays, Mr. Speaker. If we just develop this, the so-called spring tularing in the amount of 5 million, I do believe, Mr. Speaker, that these 5 barangays, barangay Cambo, barangay Batu-Batu, barangay Apil-Apil, barangay Bocale, also there is 2 barangays in the islands, barangay, that can possibly cater their needs, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, may I know from the proponent if there is there are technical requirements like the program of works, among others, for the proposed amendment, Mr. Speaker?
What I heard, Mr. Speaker, there was a technical, a technician who visited the area. Actually, he estimated the cost of the development of that spring water, Mr. Speaker, to distribute the waters into the different barangays, it amounting to 8 million, Mr. Speaker. So if we just follow the estimated cost of that technician, Mr. Speaker, it should be 8 million, not 5 million, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, there is a special provision lodged against the contingent fund regarding the infra projects under letter D, saying that contingent fund be used for other infra projects, Mr. Speaker. Understanding that there are no engineering documents presented to this August body, Mr. Speaker, I do not accept the proposal. However, under the contingent fund, Mr. Speaker, for the possible addition of infra project, Mr. Speaker.
Are you satisfied, MP Mujahid?
I just want to hear from our Deputy Minister, Mr. Speaker, how to possibly, what is the process of availing from the contingency fund, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, the contingent, for the availment of the contingent fund, again, there will be issued guidelines as to availment of the contingent fund, Mr. Speaker. For infra project, before it will be taken from the contingent fund, there will be initial assessment at the level of the District Engineering Office of the Ministry of Public Works, which after compliance may now be requested its funding requirements, Mr. Speaker. So there will be initial assessment of the technical requirements of a certain infra project, Mr. Speaker.
So, Mr. Speaker, meron po ba tayong assurance, Mr. Speaker, if we can provide all the necessary requirements to about that project, Mr. Speaker? And
you are a member of the BTA and you can immediately request from the Chief Minister
Point
what
of
you
point
would
of
want.
order, Mr. Speaker. Point of order. For the benefit of these members who have already reserved their amendments, this is again the period of amendment, Mr. Speaker. I believe if there are other questions that can be relayed to directly to the Deputy Minister, we should not use
This
this
is
time.
actually a proposed amendment to the amount in the
Yes,
DEP.
that's why, Mr. Speaker, we want to be clarified as to what is the nature of the status of the period of amendment. Should we entertain further interpellation in debate, or should we directly go to the amendments? Once this is rejected, then that's already
Yes,
the address.
that's why we are saying he is just clarifying the process. The chairman, the vice chairman of the Committee on Finance already rejected the proposal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So, MP Mujahid, you are you clarified now with the question? You are a member of the BTA and you can endorse such projects to the MPW if you would want it to be pursued.
Okay, again, Mr. Speaker, I just want to put it on record, Mr. Speaker, about this manifestation, and I will do my part, Mr. Speaker, inshallah. Thank you.
Inshallah, sir. If there are no more period of amendments,
Mr. Speaker,
amendment.
Leader MP Liza Lamia.
Yeah, the minority floor leader is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have sent my proposed amendments to the Office of the Secretary General, but just to put it on record, I move, this is my first amendment, Mr. Speaker, on the committee report of the Committee on Finance, page 1 of the table therein. I move that the amount 213,458,448.25 be changed to 213,458,948.25, Mr. Speaker.
Accept, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
Proceed, minority floor leader.
The second correction on page 4 of the same committee report on the matrix, the total increase on the third column, and the total decrease from the special purpose fund on the fourth column be corrected to 230,458,948.25, Mr. Speaker.
I also accept, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And finally, on all the special provisions under the Office of the Chief Minister, the MHSD, the Ministry of Public Works, and the BPDA, which states that so-and-so ministry shall coordinate, and that it should read as the Office of the Chief Minister shall coordinate with relevant ministries and offices, namely MHSD, MPW, and BPDA, to rationalize all housing and shelter programs. Said rationalization and implementation plan shall be approved by the Chief Minister, and copy thereof shall be furnished the Bangsamoro Parliament, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker, I notice that the MSS is not included in this proposed amendments since it also has a shelter assistance program, Mr. Speaker. So before I possibly decide on the proposed amendment, may I know from the minority leader if there is also an intention to include the MSS in this relevant ministerial office, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the MSSD should be included. So it should read relevant ministries and offices, namely MSSD, MHSD, MPW, and BPDA, Mr. Speaker.
And I accept, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If majority floor leader.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
MP Maysara, you're recognized.
I was just now informed by the AHME access to higher education scholarship, that there is no administrative cost for the increase that we gave. So wala po silang para sa administrative cost doon sa budget na in-increase natin na nagkakahalaga po yata ng 2.3 M. May we know if it's acceptable to include administrative cost in the AHME scholarship grant?
Mr. Speaker, while there is no specific provision for the admin cost, however, there is a sufficient amount lodged under the general and administrative services, Mr. Speaker. So I think that would be sufficient enough to cover the administrative cost for the Army Scholar program, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you very much for that clarification. It was just raised now by a MBHTE personnel. So it is clear now that it should be lodged with the General Administrative Services. Thank you very much.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I move to close the period of amendments, Mr. Speaker.
There is now a move to terminate the period of amendments. Been seconded. There being no objection, we terminate the amendment. Majority Floor Leader, what is your
Yes,
pleasure?
Mr. Speaker, I therefore move for the approval of the Cabinet Bill number 73 on second reading by Viva Voce, Mr. Speaker.
We now go to the second reading by Viva Voce vote, the proposed BTA Bill number 76. Those who are in favor, say aye.
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 Those who are against, say nay. The ayes have it. BTA Bill number 76 is approved on second reading. Majority Floor Leader, is there a certificate as to the
Yes, Mr.
urgency of
Speaker.
bill?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there is a certification that this particular bill is an urgent bill. This was received by the Office of the Secretary General on December 1, 2020, Mr. Speaker.
So we will proceed after the printing of the final copies.
Yes.
We will proceed to the third and final reading.
Yes, ma'am. Yes,
We will take a break for how many hours?
1 hour.
1 hour.
1 hour. So that we can take our dinner, Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Fasting.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. 30 minutes suspension, Mr. Speaker.
I think we will take a break for 30 minutes.
Yes.
And we will just adjust kung kailangan. Right now, you are under compulsion to come back.
Mr. Speaker,
everybody will be disciplined kung
Mr.
hindi
Speaker.
sila babalik on time.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the dinner is ready.
Including those
Speaker.
in the, who is sino?
Mr.
Si May Sara?
Speaker,
Yes, ma'am.
MP Latif.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, a while ago you said we will be allowed also to vote, explain our vote if it's a yes. So we will explain it
you will be
to be
allowed
part
to
of the
explain.
record.
Yeah, you will be allowed to explain your votes.
3 minutes, 3 minutes only, 3 minutes. Not more than.
So, 30-minute break. Babalik ho tayo after 30 minutes. Dito, you are all under compulsion. All members of the parliament who are present here are under compulsion to come back, including those in the Zoom. 30-minute break.
Majority Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. We are now on the
Please make it louder.
Yes, we are now on the third and final reading of Cabinet Bill number 73, Committee Report number 50. Mr. Speaker, I move for the approval and third and final reading of Cabinet Bill number 73 by nominal voting, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to consider Cabinet Bill number 73 for voting, otherwise known as Bangsamoro Expenditure Program for 2021. Is there any objection?
Second the
There being
motion.
none, the motion is approved. May I direct the Secretary General to call the roll for nominal voting. Please proceed.
Nominal voting on BTA Cabinet 23. The Honorables Abbas Akad, Abbas Harold, Abbas Zulkarnain, Abbas Basit Sarip, Abu Mujib, Adyong Jiaur Rahman Alonto, Ahang Abdullah,
Present.
Alamia Liza, Alauddin Pais, Ali Ibrahim, Ali Junior Lanang, Ali Edi Mapag,
My vote is yes.
Alil Cesar,
Yes, vote for yes.
Ambulonto Suharto, Ampatuan Baintan,
What is the pleasure of the honorable?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask
proceed.
for 1 minute explanation of my vote, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Last year, Mr. Speaker, I voted abstain for various reasons, Mr. Speaker. This year, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the our chair, our able chair, MP Edward Guerra, for actually bringing the committee in the right direction, Mr. Speaker. And we had deliberated all the ministries and offices according to what we are supposed to do as committee, Mr. Speaker. And the participation of the minority, Mr. Speaker, is very evident in the process, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I cannot imagine, actually, Mr. Speaker, if members of the minority is not around today, Mr. Speaker. I'm quite sad, actually, Mr. Speaker, because in the chat box of the Zoom, Mr. Speaker, one of our have labeled us once again that the minority spoke today, only the minority spoke today, and only the people of Hataman, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, for the record, Mr. Speaker, we spoke here because we want to share. We want to share our ideas. We want to be part of this process, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is not fair to us. It is not fair also to Deputy Speaker Munchi Bataman to be, I don't know what is this, Mr. Speaker, but I just want to share this moment that I'm quite disappointed about those remarks, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, although this happened, Mr. Speaker, I still respect the process and I vote yes for this Bangsamoro expenditure program.
Thank you very much for your manifestation. It's acknowledged and noted, Your Honor. Please proceed.
Anayatin Susana.
Mr. Speaker, I justify my vote.
Please proceed. You have
Mr. Speaker, as
1
believer
minute.
of peace and supporter of the Bangsamoro struggle, my vote is yes.
The vote is yes. Thank you. Please proceed.
Asbawil Muslima. Balindong Ali Pangalian. Bara Hamid Aminuddin. Basman Anna Tarhata. Bato Muhammad Zainuddin.
I vote yes.
Burahan Abraham.
My vote is yes.
Kandao Bay Maleha.
Yes.
Dandamon Latif Maysara.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to explain my vote. Yes, Mr. Speaker. May I be allowed, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to explain my vote?
Please proceed, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes. Parliaments are established partly in order to scrutinize development strategies through the budgets prepared by the executive branch and to give their approval to expenditure and revenue-raising plans. In the last few weeks that we debated on the 2021 budget at the committee level, we tried very hard to include the ordinary Bangsamoro citizens' voices in government spending. We learned the issues, problems confronting not just the ministries, but also our constituencies. The ministers were candid, they were honest in relating what they have been doing with the mandates of their office, as well as amidst the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, kapwa ko Bangsamoro, napakalaki pong pasasalamat ko sa ating gobyerno, ang government of the day, dahil sa aking nasaksihan na sa gitna ng pandemya, tayo ay daan-daan libong natulungan na pamilya, mga individual na lubhang naapektuhan ng kawalan ng trabaho at pagbagal ng ating ekonomiya. Sila po ay binigyan ng libreng bigas, financial assistance, medical assistance. Pati po mga magsasaka, mangingisda ay narating natin. Hindi lang po ito, pati na rin ang ating mga muret sa madrasa, mga ustad, mga balo, mga may kapansanan, mga batang naulila na nangangailangan ng ating kalinga, ng ayudang medikal. Sila po ay nakinabang sa kauna-unahang pagkakataon dahil po sa ating gobyerno na itayo. Para sa akin po, napakalaki pong tulong na naipamalas ng ating government of the day na sa panahong kinakailangan nila tayo sa kanilang pinakamababang oras, nandyan po tayo at nanindigan para sa kanila. Katunayan po, meron po tayong nasinop na 35 billion na unspent amount. Ang ating kaban ng bayan ay intact at inalagaan po yan ng ating Ministry of Finance. Tama po ang obserbasyon na tayo po ang may pinakamalaking savings sa buong bansa
Di ba dapat tayo ay magkaroon ng sariling pride or proud tayo dahil sa ating pagsisinop sa pandemyang 50% lamang ang pinapayagan ng IATF, ang ating opisina ay hindi po sinamantala ang kalakihan ng ating block grant at pagkus ay sininop ito. Nandyan po ang 35 billion at intact po, kaya po tayo ngayon ay merong extension na tinatawag na DTA Bill number 13 or extending the 2020 budget. Sa madrasa naman po, sa taong ito, nagkakahalaga po ng pinakamalaking alokasyon sa history ng ARM or BARM. 1.3 billion ang binigay ng ating Ministry of Education sa pag-aaral ng ating mga muret at ustad. Para po sa social services, 33.5 billion dahil po tayo ang may pinakamahirap sa buong bansa. Para po sa ating human capital development, dahil tayo po ang pinakahuli, binigyan po ng 40 billion ng ating gobyerno. Para po sa infrastruktura, dahil ang ating road to human density ay nasa less than 5%, meron po tayong 17 billion. Para sa economic development, 93 billion. Sa aking pong taya, ang ating Bangsamoro budget ay sa ating buong bansa ay may isang pinakamalaking pagpapahalaga sa human rights at social development. Laking pasasalamat ko po sa Government of the Day sa kanilang pagpupunyagi na may tayo ang ganitong klaseng budget. Maraming salamat po at nawa ay tulungan po tayo ng Allah na sabay-sabay natin itong maitawid ang ating budget. At papasalamat po ako kay Chief Minister. Maraming salamat po.
Very much. Please limit yourself to 5 minutes, not more than 5 minutes, because we have also a curfew in this. Please proceed, Secretary General.
Yamla Musa.
Chief Minister.
Di Patuan Saprula.
Very big yes.
Ibrahim Ahod. Ismail Haji Abdulaziz. Gayak Abdullah. Hera Edward.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Speaker, I want to take this opportunity to really my gratitude and my appreciation to the active participation of the members of the Committee on Finance and Budget Management, especially the three able ang gagaling na mga deputy, Attorney Bates, Attorney Joe Lorena, and MP Amputuan. For continuous 2 weeks, they bear with us and never in that meeting, laging may quorum. Active lahat. Fully charged sila pagdating sa deliberation. Pati yung chairman, fully charged din. So, thank you very much. And my vote is yes na yes.
Hassan Hatimil. Hasim Abdullah.
Honorable Speaker, may I have a quick manifestation in regards to my vote? Mr. Speaker, am I recognized? Okay. So, alhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah. First and foremost, congratulations to the government of the day and the BTA as a whole. And I will be voting yes, and I will be hoping that special programs will be given to the transitioning combatants as per the fifth point of the fifth point agenda of BARM, and hopefully they will feel it in the ground, and because they are the actually they are the frontliners of what we have achieved right now, and also hopefully it will also reach the families of those who have given their lives for what we have achieved right now. That's all I will be saying. Shukran, and I vote yes.
MP Hasim, please proceed.
Iqbal Muhagen. Ismail Rasul. Jajuri Raisa. Jakilan Muslimin. Karon Bainon. Lidasan Mussolini. Loong Don Mustafa. Lorena Jose Ribani. Makako Abdurauf. Makapaar Abdullah. Makaraya Jamel. Makasalong Marjani. Manguda Dato Kadafe. Mantawil Malik. Mantawil Malik. Mantawil Malik. Mag-unmute po kayo, sir. Hindi po kayo marinig.
Pwedeng mag-signal ka na siguro. We can hear you.
Mastura Dato Tukaw.
Ayan na, yes. Yes. Ayan na. Mag-yes ka na.
Yes, both.
Mastura City Shahara. Mawali Lamil Bahar.
I avail my 2 minutes.
You will explain your vote.
May I have my 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker?
Have 3 extendable minutes.
Mr. Speaker, just to provide context on what the Honorable Lady from Maguindanao MP Abatuan said earlier, I will lay down the context. Mr. Speaker, I understand that there was no truth to the claim of an MP who was participating in the Zoom that we have conducted an executive session because we wanted the members of parliament to restrict from participating in the deliberation. Mr. Speaker, may I request the Secretariat that the comment of MP Jamila Ramos be stricken off the records or journals of the proceedings in the Zoom. I think it's unbecoming of a member of parliament to label his fellow members of parliament just because we are raising an issue during the crucial deliberation of the budget process.
Well,
And I hope that this will not happen again,
the
Mr. Speaker.
Secretariat will take note of your manifestation. But what is the vote of the gentleman?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to commend my fellow MP and the chairperson of the Committee on Finance for being inclusive in the process. I sat in one of their subcommittee deliberation, and I think this is in stark contrast to the last year's deliberation of the Committee on Finance. So I would like to commend MP Ed Guerra for a job well done in the deliberation of the budget. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes for this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. The vote is yes. Please proceed.
Mitimbang dato midpantaw. Mitmog Rasul. Ahid Abdul Muhtin.
Mr. Speaker, 30 seconds, Mr. Speaker.
What is the pleasure of the gentleman? We can't hear you, Your Honor.
First and foremost, Mr. Speaker, before I cast my vote, I would like to express my to Committee on Finance and Management, Budget Management, and to the members of the MPs who are able to contribute more in having our budget for 2021, Mr. Speaker. With that, Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes, but I just want to express also my what is this? I want to also seek the support of my colleagues, particularly in the Finance Committee, to be more inclusive in the consultation in the next budget, Mr. Speaker, particularly in our province, Basilan, Mr. Speaker. So again, my vote is yes, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Munyos Hussein.
Noted, Your Honor. The vote is yes.
Munyos Hussein. Oranon Suaib. Pakasam Ubaida. Pak Abdul Wahab.
Yes, yes.
Pangandaman Nabila Margarita.
My vote is yes.
Ramos Jamila.
My vote is yes. May I explain my vote, Mr. Speaker? Hello? Can you hear me, Mr. Speaker? Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. First of all, allow me to extend my commendation to the government of the day for coming up with this expenditure program for fiscal year 2021. This is a culmination of several meetings and thorough budget hearings conducted to ensure that the allocations made are a correct representation of the needs of our Bangsamoro people. Indeed, legislating appropriations or expenditure program that covers all programs As I believe that we can live up to this challenge. Each year, as we try to adjust to the nuances of our new government, I believe that we gain new insights and develop deeper understanding that equip us to come up with better decisions. May this expenditure program be a living testament to it. I voted yes, Mr. Speaker, for many reasons, but most importantly, it is to show genuine support to the Bangsamoro government and to the Bangsamoro people, because after all, what we are working on in the government is for the people. I congratulate everyone who contributed to this, especially the government of the day, for passing a comprehensive and responsive measure. May this legislation be a conducive medium where our dreams and aspirations for the Bangsamoro will be realized. Thank you and Assalamualaikum.
Rimbang Edrisa Nasir.
Mr. Speaker, I recognize 2 minutes.
The Sultan is recognized.
Thank you po, Mr. Speaker. Napakagwapo niyo po. Ang ganyan po sa itablado. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh, Member of Parliament, Secretariat, my colleague. Inihiling ko po bilang isang mamamayan ng Bangsamoro, ngayon po ay isang lingkod na Bangsamoro, ay una po ay magkaisa po tayo sa tunay po na kapayapaan sa BAM at ipadama po natin yung inaasam po na Bangsamoro na tunay na kahinawaan po. Magmumula po sa moral governance, nananawagan po ako sa ating mahal na Chief Minister Raul Balawag Ibrahim Murad, sa mga ministry o sa tayo po Member of Parliament na magkaisa tayo. Tulungan po natin yung sarili natin na bayan dito sa Bangsamoro. Inshallah po na makakamit po natin yung kapayapaan at kaginawaan pagka magkaisa tayo lahat po ng leader na Bangsamoro. Thank you very much po, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Thank you, MP Rimbang. Let's proceed.
Sakar Mudayaw.
Yes po, ang buto ko po, doble pati yung paa ko po. Yung puso ko po, galing sa puso ko po yung yes na yes po.
Let's proceed.
Sakar Mudayaw. Tahrin Abdul. Talendad Said.
Makawa. Ay makawa niya itong inilang. Inilang kawa.
Tali Al Said. Taliga Romeo. Talik Ali.
Yes.
Tanki Ali.
Explain my vote. We are all aware that we are on a transition period. And I think para bang binigyan tayo ng isang bahay, na yung bahay na yun ay 4 ang poste. I'm referring to the 4 corner of the house. And yung poste na isa ay refers to the political aspect of our struggle. Yung isang poste, ikalawang poste, refers to the economic aspect of our struggle. Then yung ikatatlo, bilisan ko na lang, is the socio-cultural aspect of our struggle. Then finally, yung ikapatla poste is the peace and order aspect of our struggle. Bawat poste nitong bahay na ito ay problematic. And that para bang bahay, may mga dapat pa tayong ilagay sa bahay na yan. We have to know saan natin lagay yung sala set, dining room, guest room, or kusina. And this we have not yet properly put in place. And that because of this, I believe that the very purpose of the discussion that we have just today is to ascertain kung natin may lagay yung mga kwarto na yan sa magandang paraan. And I think we have discussed that lengthily, and that therefore, because of that situation, my vote is to give chance to the management, to the leadership of the interim chief minister to create that house with 4 corners, with 4 poste. Yung mga kwarto na yan ay isaayos niya, and that therefore, my vote is to support him. And my vote is yes. Thank you.
Thank you.
Tani Punduma. Satar Al-Sad.
Mr. Speaker, may I allow to explain my vote? Mr. Speaker. May I allow to explain my vote, Mr. Speaker?
Please proceed. You can explain your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes with some manifestations. For the record, Mr. Speaker, my manifestations are the following. Number 1, I hope and pray that from the more than 1 billion, to be exact 1.3 billion allocated madrasa education budget for fiscal year 2021 would include the traditional weekend madaris, the Turil or Tahfidul Quran centers, and the integrated pilot madaris, in addition to the Islamic studies and Arabic language or ISAL teachers. Second, Mr. Speaker, for school year 2020 to 2021, the MBHTE recently hired 2,464 ISAL teachers to teach in the 2,000 public elementary and high school in the entire BARM, as posted in the Madaris Education BARM Facebook account. And I sincerely congratulate MP Minister Ukbal for this, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, my manifestation is that for the next year or school year hiring for ISAL teachers, the old Arabic language and Islamic values education known as alive teachers who have not been rehired this year will be given priority as they are more than qualified to teach the ISAL subjects, considering that they have been in teaching for years and even decades. In addition, they passed the national qualifying examinations for Arabic language and Islamic values education, given by the DepEd National and administered by the National Educational Testing and Research Center, or NETRC. Not to mention that they have been trained several times in language enhancement and pedagogies or late training. In terms of educational qualifications, Mr. Speaker, many of them are college graduates. In fact, some passed the licensure examination for teachers or LET at the same time as ustads or ustadja. Finally, Mr. Speaker and esteemed colleagues, let us always remember that BARM is a product of decades Bangsamoro struggle for hula bangsa agama. Our asatids and asatida or ulama have been in the forefront of the Bangsamoro struggle for self-determination. It is therefore but befitting for them to be accorded due recognition to become part of the BARM bureaucracy in pursuing moral governance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, beloved colleagues. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Please proceed.
Sema Omar Yasir.
Deputy Speaker is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My vote is yes, Mr. Speaker. But may I express my utmost gratitude for this well-deliberated budget. It's an aggressive budget, enough for addressing the scarcity on the ground, as ably articulated by the chairman of the Committee on Finance, Budget, and Management. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I congratulate each and every one of us as this budget is enough for our collective recovery amidst the pandemic. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chief Minister, I can say this is a bipartisan budget as both the majority and the minority shaped this budget. I can say we are ready for 2021 for the challenges that may come and for the uncertainties which may come our way. Mr. Speaker, I feel honored for allowing me to steer the plenary deliberations and practice my capacity to navigate the different positions and interests that abound the plenary and find common grounds that unite us. And those are our undying commitment to build the Bangsamoro government and to serve the people, to serve the Bangsamoro. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Please proceed. The vote is yes.
Sema Romeo. Sheikh Said. Silonga Naida.
Yes na yes po.
Please proceed. Please explain your vote.
Yes po ang vote ko, Mr. Speaker. Maraming salamat.
Sulaiman Ali. Bago Paisalin.
Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to explain my vote for a few 30 minutes explanation? Di ako nagsalita kanina. Sabi niya. At Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
You have 3 extendable minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. With your permission, and of course, our beloved Chief Minister, and the permission of my boss in the chairman in the committee, our chairman in the Finance Committee, Minister Ed Kira, and of course, the able young debonair Senior Minister of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, Muslim Mindanao, Executive Secretary Abdul Rauf Makako. Kaya po, Mr. Speaker, ng nakarang talakayan ng budget, ng nakarang taon, ang ating budget po itong gusto nating ipa-approve ay hindi lamang po ito numero. It is not a matter of number, figures, or the provisions or the wordings in the special provisions of the budget. This budget is a realization or a product of our quest for self-determination. As stated by our knowledge and the Chief Minister last year, at the back of this budget is the blood, tears, and sweat of our Mujahideen brothers. Ito po ang isang pinaglalaban natin noon. Kaya itong pagbutong natin sa budget natin, hindi lang yung budget ng Bangsamoro Autonomous Region ni Muslim Mindanao, because this is the product of our quest for self-determination. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, I have 3 classical reasons for voting a historical yes in this session, Mr. Speaker. Number 1, bakit po ako bumuto ng yes? Dahil ang budget na ito ay para sa Bangsamoro. Nandito na po yung tinatawag nating palakasin ng Madares Education System. Naitatag na dito sa budget na ito ang halal na minimiti ng ating mga kasama sa Bangsamoro. Pinalakas na rin sa budget na ito ang agrikultura. Ang infrastruktura ay binigyan pansin. Ang natural resources o kalikasan ng Bangsamoro ay binigyan pansin, pati ang energy development. Lahat po yan, lahat ng establishment of the ministries or offices within the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao has given emphasis for the service of the Bangsamoro people. Pangalawa, bakit ako bumuto ng yes? Dahil ang budget na ito is in accordance yung in-approve nating administrative code, within the structure of the administrative code. And pangatlo po, Mr. Speaker, ang budget na ito ay tinalakay yung mga kababayan natin sa Marawi. Binigyan pansin. It gives more emphasis on the future, on the development, on the rehabilitation of the Marawi, which for more than 3 years was not acted upon. Pero dito, tayo ngayon sa Bangsamoro Autonomous Region and Muslim Mindanao, binigyan natin ng more emphasis ang situation po sa Marawi City. Ganun pa man, Mr. Speaker, again, I have to re-emphasize my historical yes vote. Maraming salamat po, maraming salamat sa inyong lahat at sa aking mga kasama sa Committee on Finance sa pagtulong-tulong natin ma-approve kagad itong budget. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. The vote of the Honorable Tago is historical yes. Yes, vote. Please proceed.
Tan Nabil.
Mr. Speaker, may I be allowed to explain my vote? Mr. Speaker, Mr.
Please
Speaker.
your vote.
Yes, may I explain my vote for a few minutes?
Please do.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My due courtesies to our esteemed Chief Minister who is present tonight. I think we have gone a long way in coming out with this kind of budget. The budget that will address the present crisis, pandemic crisis. We gave emphasis to the health system, strengthening the health system, the hospitals. And we also were adapting to the economic relief of people who have been who have suffered so much during the pandemic, especially the poor. I commend our Minister Chairman of the Finance Committee, Minister Ed Guerra, for handling the Finance Committee deliberation on even-handed and fair treatment to everybody, giving everybody their chance to put their inputs to improve the budget deliberation. I hope that this will work for, sabi nga nila, pro bono publico, for the welfare of the public and for the welfare of the Bangsamoro as a whole. Thank you very much. My vote is yes, Mr. Speaker. My vote is yes, Mr. Speaker.
Hudja Sahi. Ulama Melanio. Usman Asfar. Jacob Muhammad. UAK Narciso. Alamia Liza.
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. At the outset, I would like to say that I vote yes to the Bangsamoro Appropriations Act 2021. But let me explain my vote, Mr. Speaker, because we owe it to the people, we owe it to the Bangsamoro to explain to them what this budget means, not just for the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, but for the entire Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. The whole minority, members of the minority group, the whole time that we've had our budget hearings at the Committee on Finance level, at the subcommittee, and also the level of the Committee on Accounts, have been supportive of the 12-point agenda of the Chief Minister. We have been supportive of the Bangsamoro Development Plan, and all of the questions and the issues that we have raised pertain to ensuring that the budget will respond to the actual needs of the people on the ground. Kung ano yung kailangan ng mga tao, ng ating mga kababayan sa Bangsamoro, yun ang ating tinitingnan. Tiningnan din natin kung ang pagpaplano sa budget at ang plano sa paggamit ng budget na ito ay naaayon sa batas. Kaya kung merong mga proposals at mga tanong na ginawa ang lahat ng miyembro ng minority, ito ay hindi para mag-oppose o dahil sa ayaw namin sa mga proyekto na ito. Ang lahat ng mga proposals that we have made ay para sa ikakabuti ng entire BTA at ng entire Bangsamoro. In fact, Mr. Speaker, one of the reasons why I personally support the BAA 2021 is that for those agencies which I see would need an increase in their budget, I have recommended an increase in the budget. At yung pagrekomenda na taasan yung mga budget na yon ay bunga ng aking experience mula pa sa NEDA hanggang sa ARMM at sa paghawak ng iba't ibang mga ahensya sa gobyerno. Kagaya ng aking pagsuporta sa pag-increase ng budget ng Ministry of Public Works, lalong-lalo na sa pag-allocate ng budget para sa Cotabato City, even before na pumasok ang Cotabato City sa BARM. Including ang pag-allocate ng additional budget para sa mga scholar ng bayan sa Bangsamoro under the Ministry of Science and Technology. Kasama din dito ang pagsagawa ng mga research and development, hindi lang sa MOST, pero pati na rin sa MENRE, sa geological survey sa buong BARM, at sa iba pang mga increases sa health and education. Ang lahat ng ito, Mr. Speaker, ay ginagawa natin kagaya ng ibang mga miyembro ng BTA. Wala pong majority, walang minority when it comes to the discussion, deliberation on the budget of BARM. Pare-pareho po tayong lahat. At gaya ng sinabi ni Deputy Speaker Omar Sema, nagkaisa ang majority at minority to ensure that we are able to not just beat the deadline, but also to ensure that we have a budget for 2021, including the extension of the validity of the budget for 2020, just to make sure na mai-implement ang lahat ng mga proyekto na yon, pati na rin ang rationalization ng lahat ng housing projects sa buong BARM. So with this, Mr. Speaker, para po sa Bangsamoro, para po sa ating mga kababayan sa 5 probinsya ng BARM, sa Cotabato City and 63 barangays, bumoboto po ako ng yes para sa approval ng Bangsamoro Appropriations Act. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Vote is yes. Thank you, Minority Floor Leader. Please proceed.
Ibrahim Ahod Balawag.
Mr. Speaker, we have now the result of the nominal voting of the Cabinet Bill number 73, which is authored by the government of the day. For the yes votes, we have 55, with 0 no votes, 0 abstain. So therefore, Mr. Speaker, yes votes have it.
With 55 members voting in favor, 0 no, and abstention 0. The ayes have it. The Cabinet Bill number 73, otherwise known as the Bangsamoro Expenditure Program for 2021, is approved on third and final reading. So let us now proceed to the ceremonial signing of the approved budget for 2021. Session is suspended for 1 minute. Please, we ask the members to join us in the ceremonial signing.
May we request to maintain social distancing as requested.
Nanonood lang tayo, wala man lang tayong ditong iniinom na tubig at coke or burger. Hindi tayo pinadala ng pa-burger.